All right, we're live.
Hear you loud and clear on the stream.
Did you hear yourself?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. All right. Back. Finally. My God. It's been a long time. We won't put names. We won't point fingers, say names.
It's too late.
Everyone does so anyway. I'm just giving them the chance to be spiteful. It's the only channel, really. Because infighting at this juncture would be bad for your groups. So, back at the Rosencratz arc. Grim survival. So where we left off, the days are counting down to the Inquisitors coming to Rosencratz. Anastasia has finally, hopefully, learned to ask for help from his family. Unfortunately, both Jacques and Serena have been usurped of their spy positions. Not usurped. Have been...
Relinquished.
No, that's not the correct word either.
Have been driven of them for fear of being murdered by a bunch of fucking vampires?
Closer, yes. We'll go with that for now. Of their spy positions, and thus have decided to try to do some work behind the scenes.
The power of science instead will rule the day.
And money. As you guys did kind of pay off / like endorse the hospital's
I don't know if there's like a running check somewhere of how many times I've said that Radovan owes me Jacques, but it's definitely over 10.
And you guys have made some very strong headway on your progress. You guys have found the main component of this long-lasting anticoagulant, and have started getting in the process of getting the town to start providing the Vitella with blood in not such a unrefined fashion. And Sebastian had a little bit of a talk with Ilya. Found some information. And continues to spy at the Amorose house, which is currently undergoing reconstruction after a botched infiltration attempt by Anastasia. And some last-second decision-making caused some collateral damage.
Which I still think may give us a leg up because, yo, help us fight your boss. Look what he did.
And so now, we get to Anastasia on the doorstep of the Crow home, confronted by a member of the family that you're not 100% sure who they are, just that you found them you saw them at the dinner. A scraggly haired, paler than usual Vitella. In standard nice clothing, but kind of a mix between like he's kind of got like a loose lab coater thing underneath, and then he has like a vest over it and nice pants and all that kind of stuff. So
for some reason, every time I think of Vic Fall, I think of Jim Carrey in the series of Unfortunate Events.
that's exactly the image I painted him as. I've even mentioned.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned. My God, what's his name? Not Jim Carrey, the character he plays.
Lemony Snicket? No, that's
No.
not it.
That's
Count
it.
Olaf.
Yeah.
There it is. By name a few times. Which is rather uncharacteristic for a Vitella, I might add.
Fair.
Maybe it's the soul-sucking work that he does. Just visibly wearing a... He's just as ugly on the outside as he is on the inside. Don't be a villain. Only some of them are pretty.
And so, at the doorstep of the Crow home, Anastasia has been misidentified as Trey. So, the Crow member before you mentions, "Oh, Treyan, you arrived."
There's a pause, a look of confusion, like, my apologies. I am afraid I am not my brother.
Oh. He looks at you curiously. "Oh, you must be the other one. Oh, shame. Your faces do look quite alike."
So I've been told. I figured the hair would have been a dead giveaway, though, personally. But that's
I
fine.
can't tell. You're wearing some traveling cloak.
Takes the hood off.
See, now that would be more understandable, yes.
I actually came because I had a few questions.
Sure. Come in. We're always happy to see one of the grand families here. He motions you into the house. As you walk in, it's strange. I mean, it has a general cottage-like feel, but then there's a grand set of stone stairs right in the middle of it that lead down. And to the left is a very small, almost claustrophobic living room. And to the right is an equally claustrophobic-looking kitchen with more utensils than space, really, available. And strangely, without any seam of direct access to, there is like a lounging chair and like a sitting chair on the other side of the stairs with no space to get to it. One would have to climb up over the rail and such. It's very bizarre.
And I'm assuming I'm being ushered into the living room to sit.
Yes. You're ushered over. It's homey. There's all kinds of nice like furniture, picture frames of the various members of the house drawn. Granted, they're all done in like black and white sketchwork. And though nice in appearance, it's just hard to tell them, or it's really hard to get any fine details in it. Especially because it seems overly fine and small work to fit as if on like small frames.
Unfortunately, Anastasia doesn't know too much about visual art in general, so you can't really appraise them to see if they're good art.
But you're ushered over to sit in a chair, and then in a chair, but 2 feet from your toes sits the crow member. As I mean, it's okay. And honestly, if you guys are sitting at like a table at a cafe, it'd be less weird. But because it's just open space and you're sitting kind of so close to each other, it's just bizarre. Even more bizarre. There's 2 more seats to your left, as this living room can apparently seat 4, but you have no idea how comfortable that would be. So he sits there, grinning at you, before he's like, oh, right. Would you like some tea?
Sure.
And gets up, walks over to the kitchen, and you just hear lots of clattering and clanging before a decided little clunk of a teapot on a burner. And you hear a low murmuring, and then a of fire before he comes back over. The water's on. So, tell me, little Saban, what brings you here?
Well, few curious questions related to what was announced at the dinner, but also something more personal for myself.
Oh, I see. Well, if you're interested in the magic formula, I'm sure I can get our notes and start getting into it with you.
No, I was more curious as to how it worked. I've been told Thavatella might not be unaffected, but is that because you would be focused more over the human side of the city, or do we have to be inside when it happens?
Well, for the most part, the problem would just be scope. It's a large amount of magic that we're planning to, anyway, invest in and expel of a spell this size. And the effects are very detailed and direct. It's complicated, to say the least. And unfortunately, well, like the mortals say, prone to error, even the slightest bit. So there might be some abnormalities, and there might be some members who are untowardly affected. But if there's anything too serious, we can always negate such effects. As long as we catch it within a year or so.
Can it only be done in the city, or could you do it outside the city as well?
What do you mean?
If you were to say just outside the city walls. Or is it limited to just the walls? Because if travelers come in, we could easily lose income if they lose their memory.
Well, that's the great thing about it. I mean, beyond those who have left the city, of course, those within the city would just forget the things we want them to forget. About us. About their loved ones they've lost.
Okay. Okay, that was all my curious questions about the dinner. I'm afraid I'm not versed in magic like some other people I know.
Oh, I can tell.
And my next question is most likely magic related, so.
Ask away.
He mutters to himself, Lauren better be right about this. I need help getting Radovan out of his coffin.
It would be difficult. None are quite as gifted in hemomancy as the Rosencratz line. doable with time, I'm sure.
Unfortunately for myself, time is not on my side. If anything, could you at least tell me more about what might be holding him there? I can describe what I saw.
Blood seals. The family is quite skilled at doing so.
Aside from magic, I'm assuming that requires a vast amount of blood to open then?
No, just a particular use of hemomancy or some other kind of form of magic.
Would you be able to help me?
In such a short amount of time? Nope.
Is there anything I could do in exchange? Make this a fair trade?
I'm sorry. I just can't do it in the time you want me to. I mean, unless you're able to supply a magic node of significant size. I didn't think so.
Does it have to be whole?
I don't think you understand how a magic node works.
Hence the reason I'm here.
I mean, I would definitely take a partial magic node if you can provide me for one. That's interesting in its own way.
Okay. Since I'm here, my curiosity is piqued. Is everything with Trey okay?
Well, I mean, you would know better than me.
Fred, I don't. My brother tends to keep to himself, and he's just now finally admitted he's going to focus on himself.
Good. Then maybe he would be willing to accept our offer.
Offer? Does Trey have magic abilities?
Yes.
I'm curious, how long ago was your offer made?
The dinner.
Got it.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like any of you will ever come out to the Crow House. We would never have known otherwise.
To be fair, magic's not in our family. Makes sense we wouldn't consider it.
I disagree.
Alright. Alright then, well, I will keep my eyes out for a magic node. Hopefully I can get it to you in a timely fashion.
You, non-magic folk are funny. Still, I'm interested now. Why do you want to, free the young Rosencratz?
I believe Radovan wants to achieve something decent in comparison to the humans. I don't necessarily agree with what the Great Lord has said he plans to do. As much as it would benefit us, I'm content with the span of my life. And I'm not sure what kind of interesting bits of the past to be raised if he did bring back any family members. But after spending time with humans, I can see Radovan's connection to them, and I want that to come to life. Even if some adjustments need to be made.
I'm curious. What exactly is your reason for getting along with the mortals.
They're not dull, and the ones I've come across are rather interesting. I happen to know one that can use the abilities of other animals, and he's picked up some pieces of gigantic creatures we've fought. It's been fun testing our abilities on each other.
That does sound interesting. Well, that's good. I was afraid you had more unsavory tastes, like, you know. Never mind. It gets particularly dark.
Nope, just traveling with mortals is giving me an interesting perspective to see things from. And some of them I would call friends.
Well, honestly, for myself anyway, not that I can really speak much for House Crow as a whole, but I'm interested in the mortals as well. I know they have spellcasters of their own. And honestly, I'm just curious. It's stifling being a follower of the Black Order.
That name probably does not ring any bells for Anastasia.
No.
Is the Black Order something I can ask questions about? Or is that something I'm not supposed to know?
Sure. If you don't mind delving into the occult.
Why not? I'm here.
Well, at first we were called the Great Murder, but that didn't really sit over well with people. Then there was the Followers of Darkness. Similarly, didn't go over well. So we settled on the Black Order. It's nefarious, but not terrible, as far as naming conventions are concerned.
At least they're aware of it.
And anything else would sound too ostentatious or superfluous. Anyway, we are the ones dedicated to following the occult practices of the innate darkness that lies within all Vitella.
Out of study, or was it curiosity?
Well, like many mortals, Vitella are also prone to being able to use magic. In greater numbers, I would say. Something closer to 1 in 20, give or take. Unlike the mortals, where I think it's some bizarrely small number, like 1 in 10,000 or 100,000. But I guess when you live Mayfly lives, then, you know, can't have too much magic whizzing about, can we? Anyway, we needed an outlet that was outside of the standard aristocratic nature of Vitella. So, we have a variety of families who are adoptive at best. And we study magic. We have a propensity of being closer to darkness magic, and so we studied many of the occult teachings of the Lords of Darkness themselves, which in many ways has advanced our knowledge of some suits of magic anyway, substantially. Though hemomancy is interesting, though it is common, it all seems to be more of lineage. As early as I can remember, or at least is what I've been told, all started with House Radu.
No, the name makes no sense.
It does.
Okay.
You know a particularly powerful Valtella who comes... Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Never mind.
I know nothing.
Anywho. Their hemomancy seems to be more bloodline related. Did you guys share your notes with Anastasia about what you found in Donovan?
Yeah, I think I updated on everything we found. Just
Yeah.
in case any of it was necessary or useful.
Yeah, Donovan used to be a knight for House Redu before the house cannibalized itself, it seems like, with infighting.
Not the other. Oh no.
House Redu. I'll have to ask Donovan. What he knows. Then again, he probably wasn't privy to much, but closest to the house is still nice to talk with.
I wouldn't know.
Well, now I'm curious, since we were talking about magic and stuff, and Trey. Does anyone in House Amorous have magic abilities? Out of curiosity?
No. Or at least no more, no less than House Saban.
So, if Trey was to accept your offer and take lessons, would he be adopted into the Crows, or would he still just come for lessons and go back home?
It's a hard thing. Some have joined a family only to go back to their more aristocratic way of living once they find it's not particularly to their liking. Though, granted, with a much better understanding and control over their abilities. Others decide that the aristocratic way of life is too stifling and they become filled with a hungering curiosity that can't be satiated by checkbooks and fancy clothing.
Okay. Now I'm curious. If you could change something about how we interact with humans, what would you suggest? If Radovan goes through with his idea of trying to reform, is there anything you would suggest?
Well, I would say the way that we crows are treated in Rosencratz is similar to how I think it would go. A little odd, not quite normal. Kept in the backwood area, but can be helpful when their skills are warranted. Unfortunately, humans are very distrusting of the supernatural. For good reason, it's abused quite heavily. And when anyone has power over anyone, I mean, you aristocratics do it the same way, it's just, not as easy. You can bankrupt a business in a few months, while a Magicaster can destroy a business in a good evening. a few well-casted spells. Power is a terrible thing, but magic is just a bit faster to act than other forms. And it's similarly harder to resist. Though, there's been some distasteful business dealings that have left people with very little options as well, so...
Okay.
I mean, look at you. We've been neighbors for centuries, literally, and this is now the first time you're coming by.
My apologies, but you don't exactly, as you pointed out, have the best of reputations. That's not something like our mother would let us just wander off to your house to visit for tea.
And so we are to humans.
That is fair. Maybe a council setting would work better. I hear humans do councils.
It depends. Size of the city, group, whatever matters most. Different forms of government seem to work under, different amounts of individuals and styles of living. For instance, Rosencratz is a very peculiar city because it's the only of its kind. Usually, there's uneasy cooperations between Vitella who particularly take to, a single feeding ground. But everyone here has been firmly pressed underneath the heel boot of Lord Rosencratz himself. Reminds me of the stories of the elders.
I know, it's starting to feel like it. Especially if our lives are extended. Actually, would you get your life extended?
Maybe, but then again, the crows, as we are, don't have any house leaders, matriarchs or patriarchs, so the extension of our life would unlikely cause similar effects that your normal houses would more likely suffer.
Alright. Just in case I know what to keep an eye out for, what is a magic focus? Otherwise, I'm gonna just start bringing you random shit.
I didn't know this is what we were talking about. You said a magic node before.
Magic node, whatever this is. What am I looking for?
Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to find anything, young Seban.
And I don't know where the people that would know are, unfortunately.
Well, I'll give you some helpful information. Due to the broken focus of Lord Iqval recently from some shadowy individual, he says with a particularly big grin. I'm sure the First Lord will be coming here soon.
What do you mean?
Well, he was the one who set us in this current state of affairs. Removing the time of the elders and shortening the Vitilla lifespans to put a greater emphasis on family over lineage.
Why come here so suddenly? Why couldn't you have just done it before?
Well, the focus that Lord Ikval had us set up for him was broken, and thus the anti-divination effects of it were overall cancelled. By the way, if you ever get a chance to see it, because I'm sure you haven't yet, that is what an arcane or magic focus looks like.
Can anything be a magic focus?
No.
Are there certain prerequisites?
Yes. It has to be able to channel large amounts of magic energy. Crystals are most oftentimes used, as their crystalline formations often allow the transference of energy more easily. But certain objects have been known to share similar properties.
Wait till these guys see a Blu-ray.
Just a giant stack of DVDs.
All this information on these little discs.
Of spells.
Okay.
And so you know, just so you're not under any undue stress, we here at House Crow tend to take a more neutral standing on things.
It's good to know. For a long time I thought you were only on Iqbal's side.
He was the only one who came to see us.
Fair. I'm curious. Where were you before he formed us into a city?
I don't even remember. Traveling around like the Zigwina, I guess. We used to live in a cave.
Please don't let Finwith talk to him. Don't let Finwith near the crows.
Huh, I wonder if Finwith has a bat transformation. I'm curious now. I'm curious if there were enough magic users and I don't know if it'd be a minor school was established among humans. Would you be interested in working with them if that were the case?
Of course.
Not to the Radovans friends know that. I think one of them's from a college. I think you mentioned that. College Hill something.
Please also
no
don't
idea.
introduce Necromancy Archmage.
Hey, he'd fit right in.
Mayhaps.
In the end, he stands up and goes over and takes the now steaming pot off the burner and is prepping your tea.
Is he doing the same thing Lilia did? Or just put the tea back?
Well, no. And yes, it's interesting. So, after a brief moment, you hear stirring and such. And, you're delivered a blood red tea.
Does it smell like anything in particular?
Has a very strong coppery smell.
Alright then.
It's just pennies.
There's a penny steeped at the bottom.
We leave the pennies on the bottom for flavor.
For extra flavor, we got the fermented ones that have been in the parking lots for a few years.
Those are the best ones.
Sometimes they have gum on them.
To think
Thank you.
humans would put this in their body just seems inedible. Anyway.
Well, then, since I'm here, I'm curious because a couple of Radovan's friends are interesting.
I imagine.
Well, one looks like she's transforming into some kind of creature.
Interesting, though I guess you have a friend who does something similar-ish.
I don't think this one was of her own choosing. She seems rather reclusive. And he goes to describe the appearance of scales and some horns slightly appearing on her. As she was before the demon deal.
He nods along and drinks his own tea.
Does that sound like something magic related, or is that something else?
I would have no idea. Maybe. Could be a curse. Could be part monster, who knows?
Well, she is a magic user. Maybe I'll just send them your way. Give the Crow family a few more visitors. And thank you for the tea.
Of course. If you do drink it, it tastes like blood, but has a strangely earthier tone to it.
He would do so.
Roll a VR check.
Ha! We were on Iqbal's side the whole time!
Start just using electromagnetism to move you around.
Sorry, I'm just so used to the dark cult thing. I forget we don't have to poison all the guests.
Well, I'm curious now, since I've asked you so many questions. Do you have any questions for me?
I mean, I asked the prevailing ones earlier. I guess... Well, not that you know, but I'm curious to see how you plan on getting the young Rosencratz free of his imprisonments.
Well, originally, before talking to you, I thought I just needed a lot more blood to open it. And it sounds like that's not the case.
No, it's like trying to put out a fire with more fire.
So the more blood added to it would make it stronger?
No, you just have bloodier blood, I guess.
Got it. Well, now it's trying to find what you requested. Seeing if I can find something. If not, one of Radovan's friends probably does know where to find something like that.
Like I said, you're not going to find what you... I don't know how many times I need to keep explaining this to you. A magic node, something that would allow me to overcome Lord Ichabod's pure amount of talent in hemomancy, is not something one can simply find nor move.
I choose to be optimistic in this matter. Please forgive this.
That's why I'm trying to tell you that you're barking up the wrong tree.
Ishtar just pulls out something.
Told me only one way, and the only other way around it I find is that is my only option. But if Radovan's going to do what he needs to get done, he needs to be let out. And I don't think 10 years can wait. Because what Lord Iqbal plans to do would undo everything Radovan's worked hard to do in his father's absence.
It's true. Would undo everything that's been done for the Vitella for millennia.
Doesn't mean he can't attempt his own way of drawing it. It may fail. Doesn't mean it can't be an attempt.
Well, it'll never be perfect. The required amounts of blood and constant need of large amounts of magic energy to do so would be strenuous at best.
You have been told about the hospital plan, at least.
Well, blood-wise, I believe a couple of Radavan's friends are trying to set up where humans donate blood willingly.
The ritual that Vikval requires more life force in it than just blood. The magic works through a unique, complex formula of live sacrifices and large amounts of blood. Which, fortunately, many living things have lots of blood in them, so the two kind of go hand in hand.
Does it have to be humans? What about animals?
It has to be creatures of a particular, well, not that you would know the term, but specialness to their nature, more or less.
Does he want our gnosis or our presence? Humans have 0, so it's gotta be presence.
Well, it's technically gnosis, but
I'm sorry, do we have 0.01 compared to animals that have flat 0?
Humans have between 0 and 5.
Okay.
Sometimes even more than that, though mostly unlikely.
Maybe the rituals that cost like 1,000 human sacrifices are just people gun decking and trying to get as much gnosis in there as possible.
Obviously, we can have a little extra gnosis as a treat, because I said so. We deserve something nice.
Can we get some gnosis, Cameron? Can we?
Please, can you pick some up from the store?
It's like asking me to transport magic nodes. You guys don't know how gnosis works.
No,
it's not something you are given.
You've hyped it up so much, now I want it.
No, but you're God.
You have it already! You're born with it!
I want more!
Yeah, Cameron, you're God. You can do whatever.
I'm not satisfied
that's
with
true.
the gnosis I have.
So, you better get working on those new characters then.
We're just gonna make characters and keep killing them until we get a 5-star roll with a high gnosis.
Not getting a good spawn in like some like
pools.
4x game. Oh, there's a bad terrain. Undo.
Oh right, 25 gnosis. Oh, but those stat scores.
Time to keep rolling on the character gotcha.
Horrible. Character gotcha was just the children's campaign opening.
Yeah, it really was.
Anyway.
So,
if you did have the necessary materials, is it required by one person or can others assist you with it?
for what are we talking about?
Undoing. Anything humancy related.
Well, it depends on what the other members of the house have to say. Though, again, you're barking up the wrong tree, as it were.
Well, then please help me in trying to find another way, because unfortunately that's the only path I know, and that leaves me at a dead end.
Sure. I might be able to tell you some things that might help. I know Amalia is well gifted when it comes to hemomancy, like her older brother.
True, she's just too attached to her father.
Beyond that, like I said, the First Lord will be here, and who knows what he's truly capable of. Granted, I don't know if he'll intervene unless, we actually make the preparations for the ritual. Beyond that, there's another possibility, though I'll only get you beyond the barrier and not be able to do much with the seal.
Out of curiosity, what would that be?
Well, a short trip through the other side. The wake is what they call it. You'd be able to bypass the barrier if you were capable of understanding your current position, at least. Something that's no easy feat, I assure you.
But getting out would be the hard part.
I mean, getting in is equally as difficult, I would say. I guess the only other thing is we could attempt a summoning of a blood spirit.
How long would something like that take?
Well, it depends on how many of my siblings would be interested in helping out. Unfortunately, Cross is gone, and he was probably one of our more prominent summoners. But many of us are intrigued by odds and curiosities.
Sounds like the better option out of the lot.
Well, I mean, that's even if a blood spirit could do anything about it, but who would know more, right?
And it would be a learning experience for all of you.
That's why I'm interested anyway.
Grab me a piece of it.
I don't think I can grab a piece of this. Unless they solidify it in crystal.
Get a little cup of blood.
Here you go, Fenwith.
Just
Put some plenty of blood in your hand.
Yeah, just splat. Okay, cool. I was about to say ew, but like, no. It was just like, what? Confused. Happy to have been given a gift, even if odd.
Is there any way to persuade your siblings to go through with this?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I unfortunately don't know where they are, so I can't speak to them outright. And I don't think I'll find them wandering the streets.
He slow blinks at you. You're literally in our house.
My apologies, I was trying to ignore the ominous stairs going into darkness leading to the basement.
Oh no, that's not the basement, that's where we live.
Fair. Then may I request permission to meet your siblings?
I mean, it's not up to me.
Can you ask if any of them are interested in speaking with me then?
Sure.
They're all just standing in the darkness around you. Have been there the whole time.
They're actually dressed up as the furniture.
I just feel like, hi, nice to meet you. I've heard so much from your twin.
I love your shampoo.
Was it Adam West who could disguise himself as a table? I think is what it was. Just all of a sudden, jerk, sits up.
He gets up and motions for you to follow as you guys descend the stony stairs down to a ominous door.
He follows.
He opens it up, inward, obviously, and you are walk into what feels like a natural cave system beneath the house. It is much cooler in here, with a dampness to it. And you can see that there is a long series of corridors with a variety of decorations to make it feel, less like just a random cave.
Not too different from the cave system I saw with the magic focus in it.
Somewhat similar, but this is much more enclosed.
Okay.
You walk by a series of doors, and you eventually get up to one. There's like a cat skull, kind of like a door knocker thing on it, and he knocks. And the door opens, and there is the woman you saw at the dinner. Her hair also kind of a scraggly mess put into a messy bun. Her black and white hair. She peeks her head out. Yes. Oh, no, it's... What's this one doing here?
Ew, a jock in the house. Gross.
They would like to ask you a question, dear sister. She looks at you.
Would you be interested in assisting with summoning a blood spirit for learning purposes and to also see if it can undo Lord Radovan from his coffin that his father has sealed him in?
That is a good question. Yeah, that sounds interesting enough. Why not? I can take particular notes on this. I'd also like to see... Well, it's probably a lot of stuff you don't understand.
Probably. I know a couple people with magic outside of this city, and I can honestly say I have no idea.
Good. Then we're on the same page. The first one you spoke to is you still have not cast for any of their names.
He does apologize at some point. My apologies. I know names were mentioned at the dinner, but I did not get a formal introduction. My name's Anastasia, and he goes through the pleasantries of introducing himself properly.
Okay. The man you met earlier was Amadeus, and the woman is Yvonne.
Okay.
And Amadeus says, "Good. Well, currently we can do this in about a week."
How many more siblings do you have?
Well, currently there's 3 more who are awake, and 1 who is still in torpor.
How much would the time be reduced if I can get a couple more up with the idea?
Well, if we get Jonah in on this, it could be 3 days. And if we get... Names. And if we can get Celeste... Oop, that is the wrong Roll20 game.
Whoops. This is
which is really weird because I'm pretty sure I hit the right one. Yeah.
First friends with humans. Now all crows.
We could probably manage in a day. If Cross was here, we probably could do it in a minute. But let's go to Jonah. You go through another set of corridors. You get a very, very strong sense of incense and other kind of medicinal elements as you go through a section of hallway that just has a bunch of dried plants hanging on the wall. And you go to a doorway and Amadeus knocks. After a brief moment, the door opens. A surprisingly bald Vitella steps out. Wearing more like cultish looking robes than, you've seen even the other members of the Crow House. Yeah, and says, yes.
Sir Jonah, I've come to proposition you to summon a blood spirit in terms of knowledge that can be gleaned from it, as well as seeing if it can aid in a task of undoing someone from a blood-sealed coffin.
I'm currently in the work of some somewhat fragile formulas, and I can't be away for too long. Currently, I'm in the midst of working out how to put it in a simple term. I'm working on alchemical formulas on a variety of tissue samples. I'm trying to find out what's the true spirit of flesh is.
Of course. Maybe he should look into bald creams.
Well, are you always in need of tissue samples?
I manage in my own way.
I ask because there is a hospital in the city.
Are you saying that I just take people and work on them?
Some of them are probably not going to wake up ever again.
Absurd. I'm sorry, but what I'm looking for is something holier.
Okay. I was wondering if you were interested in possible knowledge from a blood spirit, but thank you. I apologize for bothering you.
He nods his head. Well, if that is all.
Thank you for your time. Alright, let's try Celeste.
I'll just say this out of character. Are you not even going to bother asking what he would do to possibly help you?
Yeah, sure, he'll inquire to that. Though he's a little off-put by the whole figuring out the whole nature of flesh.
You just offered a bunch of coma people, like coma patients,
He threw it out there because he doesn't know what's going to happen with the corpses. He doesn't know what's going on with them. For all he knows, they're just taking up space.
They're not corpses. They're just unconscious.
Yes, they're a worthy sacrifice. Listen to Sebastian.
He's been traveling with Sebastian for too long.
Right. Boom's gonna have to talk with you.
I'll say he gave up rather easy.
He would inquire as to if there's anything he can do to aid.
Unfortunately, probably not something you can offer. My biggest conundrum now is seeking what the rots has for flesh. Interesting, though, it takes time. And the rot is not so easily pleased by something simple like rotted materials to hasten the rotting. It's a little monotonous, I know.
Huh.
Jock's gonna strangle you, no gloves.
Thinks to himself, this is payback. I actually know someone who's a bit of an expert on rot.
Oh?
It's a human doctor. No, surgeon, as he keeps correcting us, but he has a poison in his bloodline that rots anything he touches.
I find such a thing hard to believe.
I can bring him here if that would prove anything.
If I find this satisfactory, then sure. I mean, after all, if it's something faster than, well... He just moves aside and motions as there's just something foul sitting in a vat of what looks like swamp water.
Sir, that's not how we make cultures.
You're not an alchemist.
Not gonna start anytime soon.
Alright then.
What?
I will bring it to you soon.
He nods his head. If you'll excuse me,
Of course.
I smell one of my experiments are done. And closes the door.
I'm guessing the herbs was to block the smell.
I have no idea. We don't ask each other about our studies.
I was asking if the flowers in the hallway were to cover up the smell.
I just said I have no idea.
Okay then.
I mean, I imagine he uses some of them. They smell medicinal.
Alright then. Well, that's one down. So... I'm afraid of my loss. It feels like a maze down here.
Oh, no worries. You just gotta know which skull to turn at and which pair of hanging thigh bones.
I'm curious, are any skull decorations on Jonah's door?
No.
Okay.
I want to take these guys to a spirit Halloween so bad.
They'd be like, how do they get the bones so light?
Styrofoam.
What's styrofoam?
Styrofoam.
Alright then. I have a way of assisting Jonah with his experiment.
Do they make these at the ocean? Anyway, you can go around a series of corridors until you get to a strange door. There seems to be stranger than normal. You get to a door that appears to have like almost like one of those sunburst kind of windows above it, which you have no idea why. It's not like natural light would even get in here. But regardless, it's currently shooting a beam of pure darkness.
I'm guessing she is the darkness expert?
I mean...
Do you at least know what each of you have strong suits in? I know you don't talk about studies, but specific fields all of you excel at?
Well, yes and no. There's the large things we do as being long-lived as we are.
Alright. Knocks on the door.
As you knock on the door, it opens. And you see a terrifying visage of what appears to be a female Vitella, though all of her features are just being devoured by shadow from this literal black light behind her. You know, like how all the soft light, it kind of hits you from refraction and bouncing? Well, this is the negative effect of it.
Got it.
And it looks like someone's just taken a very bad negative filter to her, and it almost looks pixely, but not really. It's the best way to describe it.
Maybe it's time for holiday family photos.
She says, "What is it? I'm very busy."
Apologies for disturbing, but I was wondering if you'd be interested in possibly summoning a blood spirit.
No, she shuts the door.
Is there anything I can do to assist you in your studies? As he talks through the door.
She opens the door and sighs loudly. I don't know. What could you provide me?
What are you looking for? Is there anything you need in particular for your studies?
I'm looking at... How can I say this to someone like you? A phrase you're very much getting used to in this household.
It's just mage things.
Reverse lighting, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Light has a quality where it bounces off of things around it. I am in the process of developing darkness that does something similar.
That is quite fascinating.
Isn't it?
Are you needing anything to proof it or to see what it does?
If you could provide some form of light, stronger than a candle.
Hi, Serena.
Or torch, I'd like to see its light negating qualities.
I know someone that has the ability to do that, but it may come with some health concerns.
Oh. Are they allergic to darkness?
No, they emanate pure light.
Like some glowworm?
How about I just bring them to you and you'll see?
Sure. Make sure they're properly wrapped up first.
Alright. Takes notes on whatever he needs to make sure he's properly wrapped up in.
Just not close. Anastasia, it's just like sometimes I remember you're a fucking teenager. Dumb as a sack of bricks. Just like the rest of Jock Squad.
I'd also like to say the spotlight effect could also be playing a factor. We've seen a lot of that recently with people put directly under scrutiny.
Anybody being interrogated by Donovan.
Where's the dialogue options in my Fallout game? You get only the, like, intelligence 2 one. Scary vampire man. No kill?
Alright. I will bring them to you soon.
Okay, I guess. She looks at you strangely and then shakes her head and shuts the door. Well, that's surprising. Celeste rarely gives anyone any time.
That's fair.
Well, looks like you have a set of chores to do.
That weird
I do.
friends.
Well, if you want to do this in a hurry, then I guess you'll best be off.
Yes. I do thank you for agreeing to go along with us and trying to help out.
I mean, you don't need to thank me. You're providing something entertaining in turn.
True, but you could also have turned me away, so I do appreciate it.
I mean, yes, I guess we all have the choice to be insufferable. I think most choose not to do so.
And I apologize for the insufferable being I'm about to bring into your house.
Just be careful. Us crows tend to be a little... what's the word? We can be like the moon, ever-changing. And sometimes a little finicky.
Fickle cultists, my favorite.
Fickle, that's a good word for it. I'm losing words. I keep dropping them on the floor, and there's just so many down there at this point that I
It's
just
okay,
give up.
I have as many to share as Alex doesn't.
Oof.
That's quite impressive.
Alright then. Anastasia, after probably being escorted to the door, otherwise he's gonna get lost down here.
Oh yes, you're escorted by Amadeus.
Alright. I'll return soon. Puts the hood back up and heads into town.
I had to have every fiber of my being stopping me from singing the Amadeus song.
And Anastasia heads to the inn where everyone's staying. Hopefully they're there.
Alright. By the time
That's one conversation you have in person.
By the time you're getting around to this point, it's starting to get into the later afternoon. So, Sebastian will still be about. And you just so happen to catch Doc and Serena at the end.
Just the two I was looking for.
Oh, hi. You know you could have called.
I could have. I wasn't sure if any of you were wearing it. As Sebastian promptly put it in his pocket, so I couldn't ask him anything.
That's fair. But what's up? Did you find out any good information?
There's a possibility the crows might be able to help us get Radovan out. However, in order to do so in a timely manner, a couple of the house members need some assistance. In order to get some of their... One with testing out a darkness light, I want to say. It's the only thing I can use to describe it. They're trying to make... I can only say a candle that doesn't emanate light, it emits darkness. Or whatever, for all I knew, it could have been a chandelier. I couldn't see shit in there.
Huh. Well, we do have those ashes, but I don't know if any of us emanate darkness, per se.
No, they need someone with light to test it, stronger than a candle.
Oh, well, yeah, I could help with that.
Doc's like halfway to arguing it and just...
There's the problem that we're kind of wanted right now.
The crows are on neutral grounds, if that's what you're concerned about. They mostly care about their studies. Politics doesn't seem to be their forte.
Can you guarantee any kind of safety from their experiments?
They seem more worried about Serena in any case. They didn't seem to understand when I mentioned that someone emanates light. They thought it meant you had an allergy to darkness.
Yes, no, her showing that she could produce light would have had her executed immediately by the Amoros had they been home. You can understand my hesitation to trust in as a house.
Understandable. But this is going to be Serena's call. I told them I knew of someone, and that answer rests on you.
I'm sure you go on to explain why you need them to come.
Yes. He does go into detail.
Well, if it's for Radovan, yeah, I could do so. I'd probably give him warning this time beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
But
I tried. She didn't seem to understand. She seemed too wrapped up in her studies.
But good thing then that you're of a house of guards, no?
Yes.
If anything goes unsavory, I trust you to be able to step in.
Of course. Know for why I need you, and he points at Doc. There's an alchemist that needs your help in that house.
He immediately scowls and just... I don't dabble in medicines. Serena knows more about herbs.
It's not herbs he's wanting to learn about.
What use would an alchemist have for them?
I believe you said your poison rots things? If I'm not mistaken, if that's how you described it.
Yes. Contact with my person creates a necrotic effect seen in most films.
He's trying to study what rot can do to things, and unfortunately he has no way of advancing the rot. I know you said it was unnaturally fast for some.
You can see his, jaw work. But
it is the only way, unfortunately, to get him on the side to do the ritual in a day. Unfortunately.
Radovan continues to cause problems and he's not even conscious. Fine. We have come so far.
Do you know why they need the research for this?
He goes on to explain exactly what he said. Something about
holier flesh, the nature of flesh, the freak.
Okay.
It's as inane as anything else magical has been explained. Par for the course.
And is that all the experiments they need help with?
that I'm aware of that they made prevalent that were the most important to them.
Okay. Well, I guess people have said that the Crow House is kind of an odd bunch, so
They definitely are. Shakes his head.
but I'm willing to help if I can.
Perfect. Now let's get something to hide your guys' appearances.
Is the house near the Amoros?
It's outside the city. It's in the forest.
Where I do pass some of your ink out on patrol.
Hence the reason for hiding your appearance.
Hmm.
Then you'll just appear like travelers leaving the city.
Should we hide your appearance too? Aren't you supposed? Right, you had your heart ripped out. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Actually, speaking of that, I had another question for you, Jacques. But it can wait till
Hmm.
later.
Delighted. Oh no.
It is
Why
concerning.
save it?
Well, the process involves physically ripping the heart out of someone. I was wondering if there's a safer way to do that.
Safer? No, you die. When you
Well, I mean,
remove the heart, you die. That's how that goes.
you do realize what you're
I
talking
mean, there's a small window where you are technically still alive, but you die very quickly after.
Are you sure you don't want a physical? Make sure that you're okay, that everything's
If you
fine.
mean making the removing of it for your grim rituals less painful, I'm not sure how well anesthetic medicine works on. He
Do-
just gestures at you.
I do have pain-numbing herbs, but I mean, I have to side with Jock on this one. Usually people just die.
But the Vitella don't need their hearts. Technically, we have no need for most of our bodily functions.
I just want to go ahead and get this barbaric practice further into my mind. Are you using any type of implementation, like any type of tools, or are you just...
He goes to describe the ceremony where his brother just stuck his hand in a pot of scalding water and then just physically ripped his heart out.
He just looks like somewhere caught between horrified, intrigued, and mostly like offended. Like that's just how it's done. It's like, ah, yes, we're this lofty, greater than you species. Fucking shoves hand into ribs, rips out heart. No, you could do it surgically, I suppose. I'm not sure if it would hurt any less, but it doesn't involve superheating your hand and then shoving it into the ribcage of a beloved one.
Like I said, we can work out that stuff later. It was not as important as going to
I'm
go see
not
the
sure if
crows.
any of your hands are suited to surgeon's work, but considering they've been used to prize hearts out, all natural. Well,
And you don't feel any different?
Feel sore as hell.
do you just regrow a new one entirely, or do you know?
Feels around in his chest.
That's not going to tell you anything.
Oh no, there's a heartbeat there. Yes.
Has your heartbeat changed?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Has your heartbeat or pulse changed?
No, not that I'm aware of.
I wonder if it's a perfect recreation or not. And then he's already like turning towards the end. Alright, let's grab something simple and go. I'm not making this a 2-hour deal where we discuss inane intricacies.
Kind of like leans into on his gesture. He's a little curious, but the process still angers him a bit.
That's understandable. Can't say I was all for the ceremony myself. At least that aspect of it.
Just eternally flinching whenever your brother raises his hand from now on.
That would break Lauren Team's heart.
Alright, well, let's go. We won't do much standing around here.
All right.
So you get disguises. I mean, I have a whole bunch of dresses I can pick from. But-
Technically, Doc would too from all the clothes Radovin gave him.
True.
I'm sure it's as much as getting just more general traveling overwear.
Alex, you have a job to do.
No, Alex.
Go, Alex, it's your time. Banhammer.
Yeah.
Hit him
Oh.
like the fist of
Yeah,
God.
man.
Oh, finally!
It's been so
Stimulate
long.
his
Purpose.
power.
I just want to mention
Unlimited power.
that the fucking thing of, oh my god, you got your heart ripped out. Are you okay? Yeah. Anyways, just going straight on to the next point. Fucking killed me.
Just
Nothing
now.
new to him.
Exactly. That's why it's so funny. Yeah, just normal day. Anyways, back to what I was saying.
Jock's fucking dead inside. You're all a bunch of freaks of nature. A bunch of abominations.
Oh, let's not get Doc started on Sassy's regeneration, right?
Oh.
Sir,
No, as soon as he sees Arthur pull that arm shit, it's over. He is already a man on the edge.
Yeah, once Sebastian or Arthur just shows yes, I have Nemesis.
Hey, look what I can do.
What is a
Hey.
nemesis? Beyond the meaning of the word.
Hey Jacques, you know how the human body works, right? Well, I'm gonna need
Yes,
you to scrap
absolutely.
all of that for when it comes to me. I need 3 organs to live. Guess which ones?
No, please. Please tell him exactly which organs you need so he can make sure the job's done. We'll need a triple tap for you.
Don't worry, if I just click, just select this tiny little box, I can just make myself, incorporeal. So you can't do that.
He hates everything about you. Except for what could be gleaned from studying your very, very strange state of affairs.
You can explain how it works to Jacques very eloquently. He knows exactly how it works.
He's just gonna start looking at you and injecting morphine. It's the only way he's gonna survive the pain. But yes, we get as disguised as we can get, which is not very much. And then just don't run into any Servants.
Speaking of, as you guys are traveling out in the direction you need to go, you guys see amongst the crowd of individuals a very uncomfortably familiar piece of armor, as one of the Servants seems to be on patrol. What do you guys do?
drop the ashes of darkness and go. I'm just kidding.
There's plenty of nearby shops that are open. Just we can deviate into one of those temporarily, as if we're heading to that shop.
Okay. So,
If everyone else is all in agreement.
And you're still in your
He's in a
your
cloak.
subtle clothes. Yeah.
you guys dive into a nearby shop and you can keep an eye on the individual. They seem to be not necessarily searching, but are keeping their wits about them, but continue patrolling through the street.
Alright, let's go now. Once they're far enough away.
Which one of the Sorbons is it?
Based off of height, can I guess that it's Mino?
It's probably Mino, in your opinion, yeah.
That's my sister.
Oh, she looks
Ahmed.
adept. That's what I would use.
She's proud of her position, and she's proud that she's earned the rank of Heartless.
Well, it'd be delightful if she wasn't at her job.
Maybe it would take some getting used to if she finds humans strange.
I meant us not running into her.
I will enjoy meeting her when we're on good terms.
Hopefully, when all this is over.
You guys, when time has allowed, move out and continue on. Though you do notice that a good number of people have gotten somewhat used to it, but are still watching these armored individuals who now just start patrolling the city streets.
Nothing to see here, folks. Shadow rides. They're like, not sure about that.
I guess that's fair. That would just be one of those weird things. Was like, was there cops always here?
Is this a speed trap?
So you guys make your way around the outskirts of the city, deciding not to cut through, the Sorbonne or Rosencratz estates, and instead just find a way into the nearby forest and move around. And as you guys get around, Jacques and Serena now see the cozy little cottage out behind the Rosencratz house.
Oh, that's a lot nicer than I thought it was going to be.
So where's the catch?
What do you mean?
None of you are ever normal.
They are each their own brand of crazy.
Oh,
Unfortunately, they're
delightful.
not the same kind of crazy, so I can't group them all together.
Oh no, I takes the fun out of it. He says, deadpan.
Oh, can any of you see in the dark?
With light?
Try not to make it too bright.
Just hear the clicking of a mouse in the background.
Is a 3-foot radius fine? Because that's as small as it gets.
Yeah, that'll work.
Oh god. She would also have to be careful. She can't use it. She would burn out Anastasia.
Just so you're aware, it's not necessarily any light you produce in general. It's levels of light that are either concentrated or overly intense.
You know what? I have the perfect thing for this. And she pulls out a torch and begins lighting it.
Are we descending into a dungeon of some sort?
They do live in the basement. There are more members on this.
There's the catch.
It's also a slight labyrinth.
As I predicted. Something odd.
Oh, don't worry. Wait till you meet them individually.
It's kind of nice. I haven't used a torch in a while.
I've not looked forward to anything less in the last week.
Knocks on the door.
You knock on the door. It takes a bit before someone answers. Amadeus answers and he's like, hello. Oh, you're back sooner than I expected, and I see you've brought an angry mob.
Oh, no. It's nice to meet you. I'm Serena LeBlanc. And she kind of extends a hand.
You are the nicest villager with a torch I've ever met.
Sorry, I was told it might be a little dark.
Yeah.
They can't see in the dark.
I figured as much, but If you wander into a dark building, do you normally light torches? I'm very curious.
Not. No, generally I just. Well, I kind of create light, but I figured it might be a little less imposing, and now I see that I've made a mistake.
Yes. Right. So, yeah. You did your chores much faster than I was assuming you would.
Told you I'd get them to you soon.
Yes. It's been like an hour, maybe. That was very soon.
But if it's going to be an issue rather than wasting time, just send us away. He gives Anastasia a look. I was
Oh,
under the impression this was
he's
more
the one you mentioned.
Just nods his head.
Just looks between the two, assuming something shitty's been said. Correct for it. Dr. Jacques
It's-
Charbonneau.
A good thing you're not the one who's producing the lights, I should say. Oh, yes. Amadeus Crow.
It's very nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you both as well. Well, let's go into the... Well, dungeon, I say, is a little bit too much, but house cave seems also inappropriate.
Doc
Heard
takes a
basements are
moment
rather nice.
again to just weigh his life choices that have brought him here. About to willingly follow a culty magic vampire and a like shadow manipulating vampire knight into what was just described as a dungeon, but more polite than that.
A house cave.
A house cave. Finwith would actually agree with Doc and say that sounds like a horrible fucking idea. It took all this to find common ground. Very well.
So, as you guys go in, you guys see the quaint yet uncomfortably claustrophobic house setting, with the abnormally large set of stairs right in the middle of it all, and descend down into the natural cave system below. Amadeus turns to y'all. We should see Jonah first, I imagine.
Might be for the better if Celeste might have a reaction as what. He just nods at Doc.
You lack any subtlety, Anastasia. He just turns and walks down the corridor.
That's
I
also
agreed
good,
on
Carla.
that note.
And as mentioned before, you guys go through the grim and dark cave. Amadeus himself is capable of producing lights with magic.
Fair. Probably best not to meet as a angry mob, so Serena will put out the torch.
Skulls on the doors. How quaint.
Not all of them have skulls.
An interesting aesthetic choice.
Thank you. We definitely have a hard time finding ones that are the appropriate amount of deteriorated. If they look too clean, we just look like psychopaths.
He just, nope, he just doesn't honor that with a response. He just looks at Serena as if, like, just be ready to run, just in case. But angrily.
She gives Jock like a little small thumbs up.
You knock on the door to Jonah's room. And after a brief, just a moment, there is an open air. The door opens as the bald Vitella steps out. Yes, I'm currently trying to channel the spirit of fire through bats and some other beasts.
Interesting. About the whole rot, I brought the person.
He looks you over.
He looked him over. Look, just as satisfied as before.
He doesn't look like he belongs to the rot.
Belongs to the rot. Oh, with an enlightening phrase.
Maybe an
Perhaps the
example?
professor would have been a better choice with his necromancy.
Unfortunately, he's not here at the moment. You're the only option I have.
But unfortunately, my only talents include being able to rot things at a touch, which I am informed is somehow useful to your means.
Sorry to cast doubt, but would you mind giving an example?
Do you have something you don't mind losing part of? Anything organic enough will do.
Oh, something to rot. I thought this was like some genie thing. No, I'm sure I have plenty of things I was willing to subject to the rot.
I don't like how it's like the rot capitalized.
I'm also concerned he knows about genies.
Well, he motions you in, and it's an alchemy lab. It's got some not so, pungent is. It's what is what? There is no word for it. There's no cacophony of smells, but that's the best way I can describe it. A discordant
It's an
cacophony.
oversensory nightmare.
Yes. As he's currently burning things. He also has various things soaking in water and soaking in putrescent water.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how sanitary is this workspace kept? Isolated things not factored in.
I would say probably like a 3. Things are kept separate, but the workspace around them is fair game, apparently. The various tables in this room are covered with a variety of stains, some in very intriguing colors.
I can only imagine that your work is less exacting than most in the scientific fields, what with some magic. So I suppose cross-contamination is less of an issue. As he just pointedly doesn't touch anything, though does begin to take off a glove.
I took offense to that. We're very exact in alchemy. It's necessary to bring out the proper reactions in things.
Are the stains a part of your alchemical cultures?
I am aware enough that they don't cause any problems.
Perhaps for your constitution, it is not a concern.
Well.
And all.
It's not like I perform surgery on these tables. Thank you.
No, I would hope not. He just looks at them and there's like an honest, like, oh, like it's not even like an offensive one, like he's just being mean. It's like honest concern as a doctor, imagining this being like a surgical suite.
He rolls his eyes though, and he provides for you a tray with a smattering of various animal like wings, legs, paws, many of which seem at least a week old, and some much more.
Well, that's at least better than just plapping a fucking organ for him to touch. So, Doc will reach out and pick up one of the bird legs, looking as disgusted as anybody picking up a fucking bird leg would be. And closes his hand around it for a moment before opening.
As he watches the putrefaction take place, his eyes light up, and he quickly stumbles over and grabs a notepad and begins taking notes.
Just eyes slide over to Stassier with the most hate you've ever seen. Oh, I just...
There's a smirk on his face. He knows what he got you into.
Doc does look vaguely uncomfortable, but mostly just irritated.
I see. And he does a bunch of note taking. Well, he looks over at Anastasia. Let me have him for a little bit, and then I'll do this ritual.
Fair. As long as I get him back in one piece.
Oh, I wouldn't dare harm something so gifted.
There would be a good amount of harm exchanged, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure a scion of the rot would definitely be something difficult to deal with.
He's just looks at him confounded and angry about it. I have no idea what you're implying.
Well, you guys play nice, alright? Sorry, like back up.
At least the magical skulls explained made some sense.
Oh, Jonah, he's more cooperative if you refer to him as Doctor, not Scion. As he leaves.
Sure. And as you spend time putrefying various things for him, he explains to you the science of alchemy, which, to your frustration, is something that makes no sense but has a deep logic and understanding to it.
It's magic all over again.
It's halfway between magic and science.
That's even worse. There's a bridge to further ground magic. If alchemy can work only a half step, diverged, then magic can work fully so. Oh, but it's infuriating.
The long and short of it is, I don't know how much you know about old-timey alchemy and generally how it works. It's fascinating, to say the least. The various things that most of you were just attributed to lack of understanding. But the worst part is this is a magic world. So some of it is actually rooted in,
It's magic, it just works. Don't think too hard about it.
Except
unless you're an alchemist, then think really hard about it.
It's more like some natural phenomena can be described by magical means. And that's terrible. Because you don't necessarily question things like, why does fire burn? When there's actually some metaphysical element to it.
It's infuriating. But eventually he just, in between rotting something, does have to make his own notes. And does ask honest questions, though obviously is insulted that he has to, that he's willing to do so.
And in turn he asks you about your lineage. Were you born under a certain star? During a certain season?
It's
What's the nearest plant?
Line.
What's the nearest plant to your home or whatever building you were born into?
I'm afraid none of that I feel is applicable. It runs through family lines. and the family has not lived in the same place forever.
You would be quite surprised at what it could mean. Nothing is composed of a single part.
Just sigh.
It's again, but in actuality, he just seems to refer to you with reverence, being so blessed to be so close to.
Ew, this is what it feels to be like around Fenwith. Not quite to the same level, but like, oh, you have this thing you're horribly kind of like emotionally traumatized over? Isn't it fucking cool though? That's so aesthetic.
But yeah, the rot to which he refers to is something of like a metaphysical being that is the inevitability of matter, not life, but everything rots in some way or another, and such a prevalent force has to have some entity behind it. It's kind of like in the archive or the Magnus archives, it's just like a herald of
It's
one
like
of
one
the
of the
fears. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like everything rots. So just because of that, there must be something behind it. Some elemental
And this is a
force.
fantasy world, so there is.
Yep. And yeah, he's just so intrigued. But as as Serena and Anastasia head off from hopefully less occultish dealings, you come to Celeste's door. Knock again. You hear a very loud and disgruntled like sigh before the door is swung wide. She sits there again in that same, appearance. As she looks in, she's like, "What? You can't possibly be bothering me again."
He just points to Serena. I brought the person I mentioned.
Hello, I'm Serena LeBlanc. It's nice to meet you.
Celeste Crow. Are you going to produce light for me?
I can do so, yeah.
Well, go ahead and do it.
That's so she takes like a step back.
And she'll like kind of keep it a safe distance because she's not entirely sure if this would.
How many intensities does it take to fry them?
She makes like a 3-foot radius light. I can make it bigger. It's just for safety, just in case.
Alright. She looks over at you, Anastasia. This'll do.
May I request you just stand against the wall just as a protective measure, just in case it gets too bright?
I don't need your advice, thanks.
Oh no, I meant as safety. I'm not going to give advice. I know nothing about what you're doing.
Come. She looks at Serena.
Of course. And if you need me to, I can also make it into a screen or a beam if you need be.
Sure. She grabs you by the wrist and pulls you into the room, which is pitch black. And you're unable to really see anything.
So it's like being pulled into the abyss.
It really is.
I might need help being guided to where you need me to be.
Why do you think I'm holding on to you?
That's fair.
She and Shaw can't talk. They'd murder each other instantly. If they didn't kill everybody in AoE of how bitchy they are.
So yes, you help her with her experiments, which it's mostly just you sitting around, and she tells you to do something, and if you try to make small talk, she humors it for a little bit of time before just saying, "Is the talking necessary?"
It's like working with Jacques. He's not so resistant.
It's not particularly necessary. It's just I'm in a room of complete darkness, and it just kind of helps calm me down, you know?
Does this affect your abilities in any way?
No.
Then you can manage.
Oof.
And surprisingly, this darkness is powerful, to say the least. It takes quite a good amount of intensities before you can even start to see anything.
Well, damn.
But yes, after that, Amadeus is like, well, your friends are in for a good time, maybe. They seemed astute enough, anyway. Eyes full of knowledge and wisdom.
So would you like me to come back and get them, or would you like me to just wait here?
Whatever you prefer.
Unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take.
You can wait in the skull lounge. We put the undesirable psychopathic skulls there.
I can at least wait around for a little bit.
Sure, sure. Make yourself at home, and just know that. Just look for the small animal skulls or the blooming plants. Those usually lead to the exit.
Okay.
Usually.
Alright then, thank you.
Or into the bottomless pit to the void.
No, we closed the void room long ago.
Bad for the AC and heating costs.
It just makes you sad looking into it.
It's never whisper.
Anyway. So, after a decent amount of time, until they're satiated enough, after a few hours, eventually Anastasia and Serena and Jacques are released.
Serena actively blinking as she comes out of the room. It's like the abyss gives way to, I mean, kind of dark.
Jacques steps out. Just lifts the coat. Everything smells like it.
I do hope it was a lot of help what I was able to do for you. As she talks to Celeste.
Yes, yes. Do come again if you ever feel the need to be a guinea pig. As she looks over to Amadeus and Anastasia, I'll help you with your ritual.
Much appreciated.
Jonah as well is like, you have well saved me a significant amount of time. So, the least I can offer is a day of my time.
Thank you.
Not even owes me even further yet.
So, after everything's said on Amadeus turns, so, When would you like to do the summoning?
Preferably as soon as possible, but I know you also have preparations you need to make.
We need to secure a place where Radovan won't just be reclaimed immediately.
Well, the placement is going to be the hard part. I mean, we have a room dedicated to summoning here, so it's not like we really need to do all too much. But you're still going to have to get it to where you want it to go. And there's currently a Serban watching the house.
I can ask if they can turn ahead.
Well, we'll have to see. In the least bit of time, it'll take about 8 hours or so.
Alright.
Kind of leans into us here. Do we know which one of your family is watching the house?
Most likely either father, one of my uncles, or it's Lauren. Most likely it's probably Lauren from the fuss he was making about all the work he'd have to do.
Seems like a waste for a head of a house to stand in the yard.
Either way, I can talk with Lauren and see if he can get someone to turn a blind eye.
Speaking of delightful conversations with your family, did you figure out any way to keep Radovan from being reclaimed immediately by Iqbal once we have him?
I did not, though Lord Amadeus here has mentioned that the First Lord is on his way. We shall see.
I'm not a lord.
Apologies.
Yeah,
Sir Amadeus.
like from the corner, like Doc just like looks it up and down, agrees he's not a lord.
And the First Lord is...
That's what Ishtar and the others were sent to go find.
Right. Oh, I guess that means that they were successful, right?
I don't know. I just know that he will be here soon.
Yeah, perhaps the arrival of someone so important would be a good distraction.
The perfect timing for it.
The only other distraction of great enough value would probably be the arrival of a bunch of Inquisition. I don't overly look forward to having to deal with them again, so let's hope your family's adept at cutting down.
Well, if the First Lord's on his way, that takes care of Iqbal. That doesn't tell me what I can do pretty much if I run into Amalia. I'm pretty sure she'd be taking her father's side on this subject, and I don't think she'd be so open as for me to take Radovan. So, I have to figure out something to do with her.
I'm curious if
Right.
Zipatella have any sayings about assumptions, but fair enough.
I mean, Radovan did kind of lock her in a box.
Ah, yes, because everything Zipatella has done make perfect sense.
Actually, looks at Amadeus. Question about that magic. Do you have to be outside for it to work?
What do you mean?
The darkness, losing the memory, all of that.
No, it should just affect the town as a whole.
Could you single it on a single being?
I mean, yes. The magic is based off of the principles of a particular spell, just expanded on a massive degree.
I'm sure there would be no repercussions to wiping the memory of Radovan's sister.
I don't mean
Though I should speak clearly on this. Us of the Crows refuse to use our magics on any of the members of Rosencratz City.
The Vitala members.
Yes.
Okay, I threw that plan out the window. Oh, that was a good idea, at least.
We wouldn't be very neutral if we were using our magics in that way, would it?
No, that is true. Thank you for clarifying. Alright then. Now to get you guys back safely. Thank you for all of your help on the days. And he bows politely and leaves.
He bows back. Let your brother know we're waiting.
I will.
It was a pleasure meeting all of you.
Celeste has already retreated back to their room. And Jonah just nods. Amadeus is like,
We met.
you're kind.
He smiles.
I'll try to see if I can convince my brother on your offer if all else fails. It gives me more of a reason to stop by and visit.
Anytime, we'll have more tea.
Less scones, the smell of rotten, omnipresent darkness might liven things up.
Well, we prefer to make things interesting. Lightning is kind of not what we're good at.
He just sighs. We're leaving, yes.
Unless you have more questions and wish to stick around.
No, I've had to endure further descriptions of logic-defying aspects, and it is continuously frustrating.
Yeah, I get that. Just opens the door for everyone to exit.
I'm sure you do. He just watches us as it turns. Also not a member of the Jocks, despite the name.
As you all leave, the door slowly creaks behind you shut.
Of course.
And you begin sneaking out and around. It's now later into the evening now. Darker yet, and due to this, you guys have to be more careful as the other Cerbon members are out and about.
And Lady Bo's on a walk somewhere.
Lady Bo is on a walk somewhere.
We have no idea of that, though.
No, we're just gonna combat roll right around that one.
Eventually, you're left off at your inn with no intervention.
I'm glad I changed all of these clothes. Yeah, putrid smelling.
Anastasia?
Mhm.
You plan on going back into Igval's house for this, right?
If I'm to get Radovan out of there, yes.
Don't be afraid to ask us for help, and this might also be beneficial. She'll hand over the Ashes of Darkness.
He smiles. Thank you.
Even if it doesn't necessarily help you, if it'll help get the blood elemental, make it easier for it to sneak in, that would also probably be helpful.
That is fair.
Let's see
Yeah,
what else
me
I
too.
have.
Well, I'm sure you'll fabricate some plan that will work. But you know what we're capable of in the event anything further aids.
Mhm.
Luckily, I don't think my grasp of teleportation nor capabilities will further aid you. So I won't have to go into that dreadful fucking house.
I'm not going to make you walk into that. Not after what I experienced running from Ickfall.
I mean, your ability to teleport might be useful. There's
Not if Iqbal pulls all my blood out of my body, no.
no. That's true.
And unlike Anastasia, if I run into any blood wires, I think I will do a fair bit worse.
It's okay. As much as I
Hate to
appreciate
ruin it, so.
As much as I appreciate the offer for teleportation, I've recently learned I can turn into mist and pass through things, so that makes it easier.
Of course.
To be fair, this is
Why
new to
not?
me as well.
I doubt there's any powers you could suddenly obtain with no further knowledge on that Arthur has not already broken my expectations to.
I don't think I want to know what he's done.
Levitate because he saw Serena do it once. Decide he doesn't need to be called ever again. Which is called doesn't bother him. Because it was bothering him. And he wanted it not.
He can't heal himself fast because he says so, can he?
Well, he requires almost no food, almost no water, and almost no sleep. Last I checked. So his ability to just keep going is sustained by that. And it's rare that he gets hurt because he can shoot fake guns that he wills into existence, with ammunition that he wills into existence, with abilities that he wills into existence from quite the distance.
Alright. I understand the whole not the same amount of food needed. I have a similar ability.
Do all of it not chant.
No. Not that I'm aware of, at least.
Oh,
Oh no, maybe my brother does. Oh no, I've never seen him sleep.
he gets
Maybe he
halfway
just
to
gave up on
saying
sleep entirely.
you're a freak amongst freaks and just goes, further unique qualities amongst your kind. Look at that. There's always a new surprise.
Oh no, actually, now I'm curious. How long does it take for a human to regrow a bone that's been broken?
To regrow or to repair?
Let's go with repair.
Good, because regrowing doesn't happen. If a bone is fractured, then it normally takes a few months. Some cartilage obviously heals faster.
Huh, my brother wasn't wrong. I didn't think it was that fast.
What? Regrowing a heart?
No, that
Obviously
was
not
done.
for you.
Regrowing a heart was in a day. That was fine. I broke an arm when I was a kid, when I was really little. And it only took a couple of days to heal.
How pleasant for you.
That
Now I know the comparison and see why everyone was making such a fuss over it.
now that I think about it, didn't you say you said you ran into some wires that hurt your face?
Mm-mm.
I mean, you saw Anastasia's face after.
I did not. I was never woken up.
No,
Otherwise, I
Jacques
would
was-
have provided
Jacques
medical
was privy to
attention.
it.
Yep.
Oh.
Somebody Julianed in front of Serena isn't going to walk out still Julian, as it were.
Oh yes.
Alex knows.
At least
know
clear
now.
down to the bone.
Needs thin cuts like potatoes.
Did it go through the cartilage of your nose? I'm curious.
No,
Did it go straight through?
Eh, I'd say kind of. Yeah. If I'm basing what I remember off of the incident, I'm just saying this as a player, then I'd say yeah, it probably went straight through.
Oh yeah, no. If you had gone through that anywhere fast enough, it would just cut
Cleave
you
to the bone.
through.
God, that awkward moment where you got to pick your nose and you're like, oh god, oh.
Your nose is just like you opened a Pringles can.
Yeah, it went through.
He suddenly pauses and just. I suppose you're lucky then that there were none that went through your eyes. It would have been rather unpleasant. Rupture and those would have been a nasty affair. Even if you can grow them back instantly within what? An hour? It sounds like an infuriatingly short amount of time.
I haven't really fully experimented on it, but
I can't imagine why not.
theory-wise, if I were to lose an arm and it was placed next to me, I'd assume it would reconnect at some point. Like I said, I haven't experimented. It's a theory. I'm not willing to try that out.
Does it work like that with other Vitala?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that anyone's openly said, at least.
I imagine it's not good dinner table conversation to talk about the time you had your arm chopped off and laid it next to you for long enough that it just slid it back on.
No, not really good dinner conversation.
Alright, I'm starting to sound like the cross. I'm going inside. I'm done with this conversation.
Anyway, thank you for your help. And I will do my
Good night,
best again.
Saban. And
I'll let you know if I need any aid.
Please do. And are you sure you don't need any medical attention? You're missing a heart. Your face was cut up yesterday, which I'm going to be talking to Jock about
3 days ago.
3 days ago.
I think I'll be fine. I'm
the
not
door opens back up. Oh, by the way, so you don't forget, I'll make another note of it. Ask your brother if there's anywhere safe to be keeping Radovan once we do obtain him. If the first note is here, it might not be a problem, but we're not going to go into it without at least some type of backup plan.
That is fair.
You were going to remove the asset anyway, right? Since we're on speaking terms with family.
Yes, that was my plan next. Unfortunately, I do need to get home, as I believe my sister's going to be stopping by to pay me a visit.
Right. All right. Well, don't be afraid to ask for help.
No worries. And I will take a, I think as you say, rain check on the health examination. If I had more time, I would humor you.
I appreciate that.
So, yeah. You should head inside before any of their rounds come through.
Right. I'll have Sebastian give you a call. And she runs over.
It shrugs. Goes into a dark enough area and shadows up and just moves through the to get back home.
Okay. So that evening, is there anything you guys do?
Besides add further notes to yet another headache. I don't think there's much else until we have a hold of Sebastian or here further back from Anastasia. Most of our work has been with the hospital anyway. Unless Serena wanted to slap Anastasia with some passives as he scuttles off into the darkness.
She can make you very, very fast.
He was only just fast enough.
Oh yeah, especially since you're trying to beat your sister home. Yeah, she'll throw on increased mobility.
He turned to leave. Just whoa.
trips over the one stone Sebastian had lifted up in the cobblestone.
What horrible luck. Well, I didn't botch anything, so that's good.
Man, I love how much we're getting out of the way just so we can focus on you, Alex.
No, please.
Yes.
No.
Do.
What's your agility score, Anastasia?
It is a 10.
A 10? Oh, cool. You equivalent run as fast as somebody who has an 11. So you're inhumanly fast now.
Do I need to drop any of mine, or do you still have enough?
No, I still have enough slots.
All right, we both are currently moving at somebody's speed as if 11.
How the faster for Doc to get into his room and get cleaned up.
He could teleport if he wanted to be petty. He always wants to be petty, but not in this case.
So, Anastasia, you finally get home. Starting to become night. So, early morning.
Quickly puts the pillows away, plops back into bed.
Okay. You're not harassed. Even within a few hours.
Okay. From where my room is located, it doesn't sound like anyone in particular has come home. It's just the general people going in and out of the house.
The house itself rarely gets foot traffic except for those who are coming home to rest, or when you have family dinner, or you and your brother, or you and Trey and your mother spend the majority of the time in the house. There's the barracks where the rest of the members typically spend a good portion of their time. Currently in the house, it seems like it's just your mother going about and doing things.
Well, that family talk's gonna happen eventually. So... why not? He's waiting for Lauren to get back. Lauren's eventually gonna head to his room. Puts the pillows back in the bed so it looks like he's asleep. And he is going to try and attempt this mist thing again. Hopefully without the panic adrenaline fueling it this time.
Okay. You do so. You become intangible.
And he goes out through the wall and around to the window for where Lauren's room is.
Okay. You do so. It appears to be empty.
Once he's inside, he stops making himself into as mist.
Okay.
Little shaken up from that still. Might as well be the nosy younger sibling. Let's snoop through brother's stuff. Got time to kill him, may as well find out what he has.
Okay. Make for me a search roll.
That is a 106 search.
Okay. Looking through the room, he mostly keeps it together. The bed is a little unkempt, but not completely thrashed. you find a stack of love letters to him.
Oh no, his fan club.
Just memorize one line. Just like bring it up on him at one point.
Looking through his dresser a bit, you do find the note Donovan wrote that indicates the coming human threat of their inquisitors, and that this was delivered onto their house, probably, like not even much more than a week in advance from, when they would be arriving.
Hmm.
And a formal request for Donovan and Tristobal to aid the Sorbonnes in defense of their clans. Which clans is a very interesting take, as it's some kind of older usage of usually it's houses are referred to as now.
Donovan, you're
Back
showing your age.
back in the day of the elders, it was very commonly referred to as clans, and some Vatella still use the term.
And these are pretty much letters that have not been sent, or are these
What do you mean? They're all to him.
all to him? Okay. Looking around, there's no sign of any written response he may have yet to have sent or anything like that.
Nope, no drafts, no nothing sitting about.
Alrighty. Well, gotta wait for dear old brother, so might as well kill some time reading some fan letters.
You do. There's a variety of male and female writers, and a stack of like 50 letters. Some eloquent, some not so eloquent, some graphic, others flowery. An hour goes by. 2 hours go by. 3 hours go by.
Aside from Mother moving around, there's not too much other sounds in the house during this time frame, is there?
You do hear what you assume to be Trey moving about the house. And eventually, you do hear Trey and your mother doing his lessons.
Does Lauren's room also have just a view of the gardener? Does his window look anywhere else?
His window kind of more looks out to like an unassuming like southern side of the estate, not towards anything in particular.
Alrighty.
Four hours go by.
Sets down the letters. He's had his fill of graphic human imagery. He's going to try and stealth up to the Rosencratz house to see if he can see if Lauren's guarding the house.
Okay. Sure thing. Just barely getting to the edge of the estate, you see an individual keeping vigilance upon like the roof of the estate. Too far to tell exactly whom it might be, but it's definitely a Servan.
They're full armor clad, so their head isn't visible at all.
Correct. The Servans always go full armor clad.
Fair. Might as well shadow up and try to get a little bit closer.
You would need to get significantly close to see who this individual is. They're standing on top of the manor, after all.
Got it. Actually, does he know anything about his dad or uncles that would hint that they would do something like this, behavior-wise?
You have no idea. Honestly, to you it just makes sense. I mean, none of you have to worry about falling off the manor. And it's the highest vantage point to see the whole estate. The only thing they cannot perceive truly is anything already directly around the estate. Which, approaching seems like a bad idea unless you want to get their attention.
No, not really. Might as well go back to my room.
Okay.
Sits up, wait. He'll sit in his room, wait for Aesilyn to enter, and he'll just ask out of curiosity if Lauren's on patrol or if he's doing something else. Try and figure out where Lauren is.
Sorry, but you're waiting for who?
He's just trying to nonchalantly ask if Lauren's doing anything in particular or if he's just out doing stuff.
But who are you waiting for?
He's just whoever comes into the room, pretty much. Probably more than likely Mom.
Okay. Yeah, after your brother's lessons, he goes out to do his, physical training. And she cracks the door open and looks in.
He smiles at her.
She smiles and she's like, just checking on you, dear.
I appreciate it. It's rather lonely sitting in a room by myself.
Well, I can always keep you company.
You don't have to. You got things to do.
Dear.
Actually, I'm curious with everything that's been going on around here. Is Lauren out on patrol now? Our patrol's increased?
No, he's taken to rigorously training out in the yard. He's been doing so even before I was awake, I'm assuming.
I swear he never sleeps.
Well, he's always been very vigilant.
I'm starting to think he's insane.
I don't know what he's training for. I mean, I know the Inquisitors are going to be nothing to, be trifled with, but I'm sure Lord Iqbal can handle it.
I'm sure he can. At least from the stories I've heard. But thank you for checking on me.
Of course, dear. I'll be sure to check on you more often. Make sure it's not so lonely.
It's okay, I'll probably be sleeping more than anything else.
Well, still. I love you.
Love you too.
She closes the door.
Buries his head in the pillow.
Alex, do your job.
Of calling.
But fame.
Oh,
It's okay, I'm reading the link, and I know it says CUTT for the link, but I read it as cult.
band.
I mean, you do gain popularity if you join a cult. Everybody loves you there.
Let's not talk about love bombing here. Alright, so what do? Anything else?
You might as well go to the yard. See if Lauren's by himself at least.
Okay. Wispy, misty, shadowy as you go. You go out, and Lauren is training, but more intensely than you've ever seen him train before. He's swinging his weapon. He seems incredibly focused. It's just something you've never seen from your very easygoing brother up until this point.
Been seeing a lot of new sides of him lately. Is he the only one currently training, or is Trey also doing his lessons right about now?
Trey seems to be out in the away from that training with Decibel.
Just sits off to the side and wait until Lauren decides to take a break or something. Probably not knowing his brother, but
Well, he trains and trains.
yeah. Eventually he gets bored of just waiting around and just making sure he's not seen by anyone else, just walks a little closer, enough that he knows his brother can see him.
Okay. As you do so, he stops and looks around himself, comes up to you. I don't know what you're doing, but being in the middle of the training yard seems to be a bad time to be sneaking about, little brother.
Sorry, I got bored waiting for you in your room for you to come back.
Sorry, I've been preoccupied.
I figured. And I'm still sorry about that. But whenever you get a chance, I do need to talk to you about what I said with the spoke about with the crows. Out here's not the best time for that, so.
That's fair. He looks about. And so to the rose garden.
Alright.
You head out there, the large rose hedges, properly obscuring view of you guys, and you're decent enough away where no one could really hear you unless they were to put their ear to the leaves. Alright. He sits down. He seems a little exhausted.
Offers a handkerchief.
Thanks.
You're tiring yourself out. I never get to see you like this before. Looks like you need this.
So, what's going on?
Well, talked with the crows. They've agreed to summon a blood spirit to try and get Radovan out. The summoning circle is not the problem. The problem is going to be getting Radovan out of the house for it.
Well, it does seem like quite the doozy.
And I was wondering if I could have some help with that.
I guess that depends, really. When do you plan on doing this thing that you're going to be doing?
Well, when I talked to them yesterday, in the daytime, they said it would take about 8 hours for them to get prepped, so... I personally would like to go as soon as possible, but that's just me being impatient.
Well, from what I know of witch hunters and such, the Inquisitors are probably going to be coming upon our doorstep sometime around noon in a couple days' time. So, unfortunately, much of that morning I'm going to be organizing and getting things together to meet them properly.
That's fair. My biggest concern isn't going to be... I don't know if it's going to be Iqbal as much as Amalia.
What makes you say that?
I'm sure she was all for her brother's punishment. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to speak with her and see where she is on the matter. And she does seem to favor Iqbal's practice of magic, from what I understand.
Well,
Unless you have some sudden revelation side to me that I do not know.
I think, like any good daughter, well, she wants to make her dad proud. Especially as important as he is. And I'm also sure she didn't take too keenly to being locked up by her brother. Though, why do you think she'll be an issue?
I don't know if she will go warn her father as to what I'm doing, if I do try to get Radovan out of there for the... From the sounds of it, I somehow need to get a entire coffin out of the house without being seen. If I was understanding the ritual correctly.
Or get a blood elemental
or somehow get it into the house. It's either I get him out or I take the elemental in with me.
Well, I'm thinking that you're gonna have to get the elemental in, as I'm sure Lord Rosencratz has taken upon himself to make sure that his son's more secure than he was before.
Probably.
Well, then he sits back and kind of in that same way where he's going to talk down to you a little bit. You prep yourself. What would you need to do then to make sure that no one notices you?
Aside from blending in? I'm obviously thinking too hard about this. I need to somehow sneak into the house with an elemental. I don't know how big this thing is going to be.
Alright. So think, what would help you with doing that?
Well, glances at his shadow.
No.
Asking someone to look away?
Alright. I put you on the spot. That's my bad. How about creating a distraction?
I don't know if I'll have to worry about that. The crows informed me. The First Lord's on his way.
Oh, did they say what time?
Maybe a day or so.
Well, then I guess you'll have to coincide with that, I suppose. Also, they did not tell you a time.
He mentions soon.
Do you remember what they said?
I unfortunately did not write it down. He just knows that the First Lord will probably be on his way because something was broken. The focus that hid the city from divination effects.
They said if Iqval tries to, enact the ritual or whatever, it's probably when the First Lord will intervene.
Okay. Then he mentions that, and he's not sure how to coincide that because that would mean having to wait till after the Inquisition. The hard part is they need several hours to prepare.
And
They didn't specifically say if they needed to prep beforehand.
I'm assuming they're waiting for you to give the time in which they're going to be doing this, correct?
Yes.
So you just need to plan ahead enough to do so, correct?
Correct.
So that means you get to decide when it happens.
Yes, sir.
Don't get snippy with me, I'm trying to help you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Now to somehow plan to get that thing in.
Yes, and so how are we going to do this?
I'd have to plan for after the Inquisition, because that's when the plan was enacted, because he said he was going to enact it after the Inquisition threat was dealt with. I need to double check with them to see how long, if the elemental lasts for a certain amount of time.
You get to decide when it comes, though, right?
Yes.
Then why would that be a concern?
Because I don't know if there is a time limit on their summoning spell, if it has to be within a certain time frame to get stuff done. So I did not ask them for that. That was a fault on my end. But
No. Now you're just beating yourself up for no reason.
no. I'll let them know when to start the ritual. Alright.
Alright.
Sorry to take you from your training.
Anas. I'm trying to let you figure it out.
I do appreciate it. I just wish I was a bit more of a quick thinker like you are.
It's not about quick thinking. It's just about taking one step at a time, addressing your most pressing matter first. So you want to get Radovan out. Or get him up, whatever. You want to get this blood elemental in to go and, do this, correct?
Yes.
So, you just need an opportunity where you can do this, correct?
Yes.
That's why I mentioned the distraction earlier.
Well, short of the First Lord coming here, I don't know of any kind of good distraction. Unless Lord Eiffel decides to blow through our house again.
Well, I'm sure that's one way. If someone's willing to play such a harrowing game of chase.
To be fair, I really don't want to have to repeat that again. That was horrifying.
I imagine. Still, there are other things you can do to draw the Lord's attention.
Let me talk with Radaman's friends and see if we can come up with something.
Well, if they have a good strategist amongst them, I'm sure, hopefully, you guys can figure something out.
I sure hope so. If he's not currently mid-conversation with someone.
I mean, that seems very particular.
It is, but it has its reasons.
Sure. He stands up.
Also, slight changer before I head off and go do this. Your fans are strangely descriptive.
Oh, I see. Going and
Sorry.
snooping in my room, is it an us?
Sorry, you had nothing good to read while I waited.
Well, I did feel bad about the talking to I gave you this time, but now I don't. You're immature and bad at making plans. He puts the sword on his shoulder.
Thanks for being honest. And I'm not sorry for snooping through your room.
Oh, brat.
The worst part is not only does he have a bunch of love letters from people, a bunch of different people, he's kept them all. It's like a trophy room.
You weren't wrong when you said your fans adored you.
It's because I'm so amazing. He marches out the rose garden.
Anastasia heads off to his room. And immediately on the earring, Sebastian, where are you?
Where is he? Where is Sebastian right
What
now?
are you doing? How's your day going? How have
Yeah.
you been, bud?
We'll say this is after your talk with Lilia. Blah, blah, blah.
I am working.
Well, I need to come up with a distraction idea to get him out of the house if I'm to get Radovan out.
I assume you mean Lord Rosencratz.
Preferably. If I am to somehow get a blood spirit into the house.
I'm going to need you to explain this plan of yours.
He goes into detail.
He's thinking. He's back to work. He's doing his normal routine as he's telepathically communicating. Just deep thought, working through all the information he's gained, and trying to see if he can come up with something. This is an interesting battle strategy, but of all people, he could probably find a way.
It's fair. Would you like to try to come up with something yourself, or would you like to make a tactics roll?
I would like to make a tactics roll.
Sure. That's what it's there for.
Yo! Give me a sec.
Oh no.
That sucks. 250. I open rolled, but I only got an 11.
Anywho. So. As you're deep thinking about everything that needs to be done, you get the list of variables from Anastasia, including the fact that Anastasia can set the time, but he does need a minimum of about 8-ish hours beforehand for the plan to be enacted. You know the Vitella are particularly vulnerable during daytime hours, especially those near the noon-ish hour. Granted, you also know that some security measures have been put in place to counteract that, more specifically. But the Vitella only predominantly use Vitella for their means, so the amount of awareness is at best 1 to 3 different soldiers at the same time. You're aware of everyone's capabilities. And thus, you formulate plans. Your plan that has the sheerest amount of possible success.
As he's working, it takes I'd say a minute or two. You just have complete radio silence. After you finish explaining it, nothing for a minute or two, and then just, do you have something to write with?
Rifles through drawers in room. Sure, I do.
I need you to write down exactly what I say verbatim. Failure to do so could compromise this mission. And he just starts talking.
All right. Any kind of assaults or anything on the house would gain the attention of the guards, but not necessarily Iqbal. If anything, it'll just make him more aware. Iqbal will only get involved with matters that are directly personal to him, with matters that are directly targeting him, or with things that only he can manage. So, the best plan that you can manage is if the other team manages to get the First Lord to come, Iqbal will have to address him. It's only proper. And thus, with such an important person, about, Iqbal's attention will have to be undivided. The guards could be lured through any matter of Jacques' teleportation, shenanigans, or even your ground control. And with Serena's shields of light, they will probably be less likely to directly assault you. So, if all things were to be convenient, on the day that the Inquisitors attack, if the First Lord managed to show up, Iqbal would be completely undivided in attention dealing with him, while the Inquisitors would be keeping all the Sorbonnes and even some more troublesome members of House Amoros in check. This would be the penultimate time to do so, though unlikely, as you guys have no idea how the other team is doing right now. And without the possibility of a magic user with long-range communication magics, it would be hard to communicate with them.
So, all in all, we start this plan 8 hours before the Inquisition is meant to arrive. However, we are betting on the other team bringing back the First Lord. I am unsure of the dependability of the other people they brought with them, but I know at least Alexei and Finwith can manage.
Long-range communication. Amadeus was able to message me at my mother's request. Maybe if I gave him enough of a hint or something, maybe he can ask them what their progress is.
Perhaps. That at least will take out a few variables that we cannot account for, as a lot of this plan is counting on them fulfilling their end. In this moment, we can only assume for the best. But we must plan for the worst.
Mm-hmm. Well, after everyone goes to sleep, I'll head over and let them know. 8 hours before the Inquisition is to arrive, we'll proceed with that as normal, but also see if Amadeus can message the others. Or communicate, however he does it.
Good.
The next best plan is for another head house member to request speaking with Iqbal, while simultaneously distracting whichever guarding members of the Sorbonnes are. About, I guess. I didn't finish the statement, but...
That can at least be our fallback. I believe the First Lord Inquisition being the distraction are more dependable. However, it puts us a lot more on a dangerous situation. There are two very powerful parties interacting with each other. We would need to be quick.
And Sebastian would be aware. If the First Lord decides to side with Iqbal for whatever reason, you're all fucked. And there's absolutely nothing you can do.
So it doesn't matter.
We are
So
also
it doesn't matter.
First Lord. The First Lord agrees with our side in this fight. We have no... From what you've described of Iqbal, we have no chance fighting them. I struggle to imagine what power the First Lord has.
I don't know. Radovan believed enough to call on his aid.
I don't know Radovan enough to make a judgment on that. For all I know, Radovan could be a fool placing his trust in this person.
Then that would make us all equally fools for going along with us.
True. So, if anything, if worse comes to worse, how willing would you be to escape this place? Cut our losses and leave.
I can't. I can't leave my family. I can't leave them to die. I'd sooner be in that fight with the Inquisitors than anything else.
Understood.
Then again, I'm sure you would too.
If worse comes to worse, I'm leaving. I'm not going to die here.
And if I happen to drag you into combat with me,
I will find another way to escape. I have other things I need to be done before I die.
I'm not saying you're going to die to Inquisitors. If anything, I'd need a strategist on the battlefield if I was going to do that. Because that's a small group of Vitella against a large amount of Inquisitors.
I am certain I could come up with a battle plan to achieve victory there. However, depends where I am at the moment. I believe I should be part of the group that goes and rescues Radovan. So, wrong place.
That is fair. It's not like the city gates are too far overrun for either of us.
Although, is there anything else you need from me? Any other information you might have?
Any progress on Lilia and how she's doing?
I have discussed my issues with Iqbal and his plans. They will discuss it with Lady Bo. I have at least put into perspective that this might not be the best case. Though developments came about that would have assisted that argument after I talked.
Fair.
That is only that's something I can bring up later.
The only thing I forgot to ask my brother is a safe place we could possibly keep Radovan.
That would be
Right.
necessary.
I'll try to ask him. But if you can come up with an idea as well, I'd be grateful.
I can see what I come up with, but my understanding of the city is limited. I know the house, Emeros, and the room I stay.
Mm.
I have not traveled much outside of those two areas.
All right. Thank you, and please don't put the earring in your pocket. I may need you at some ungodly hour.
Understood. Let me know any new developments that come up.
Of course.
And yeah, he just keeps working.
Anastasia quickly slips back to asking us before slipping back to his room. Or quickly ask Lauren and then head back to his room. Just to mention, if I forgot to ask you one thing. Do you have an idea of a safe place I could keep Radovan?
Honestly, not that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe. No, I have no idea, unfortunately.
Alrighty. Miss and just vanishes.
So, all goes normally till Sebastian heads home.
Oh no.
You head to the inn, get to your room, and prepare to do your best to go to sleep as soon as you can to hopefully be awake at the most optimal time, as you're planning on probably not getting too much sleep. You open your blinds wide open. You hope that the sunlight wakes you at some point during the day, because 8 hours before when like the Inquisitors come is like about 4 a.m. the next day. Which doesn't give you a whole lot of time. Less than 24 hours from by the time you finally get home. So, you sleep. And you have a nightmare. Or at least, it feels like a nightmare. You see a quaint little, like, shack in the middle of nowhere in the upper part of Gabriel. Inside that shack, you're aware of a metal trapdoor that leads down to a particular secret base of Black Suns. But as you're looking at this quaint little shack, you feel uneasy. And then, very faintly, you can hear the sounds. 1 second, I need good ambience music. As you're looking at the shack, faintly you can hear what appears to be maniacal laughter. But it's very off. Not so much the villain wins the day kind of evil laughter or anything like that, but the sound of a truly troubled individual laughing with just the slightest hint of a doubled tone. Suddenly, you find yourself running through those dark practice hallways in the various training facilities underneath the shack. You see the familiar training combat drones, standing gun-wielding target dummies. But then you stop. The clattering of your feet on the stone only stopping a few seconds after you do. And ahead of you, you see cloth or something fleshy dragging across the ground in a nearby hallway to some forsaken thing out of sight. You hear more laughter, this time different. Childlike, but grotesque. You turn around and unmistakable fear grips your chest as you could see what appears to be the mangled body of a child moving in your direction. Legs spun around several times, head off, eyes bulging, and hair falling out. Taking a sudden turn, you make for what you know to be the way out. The way you had to go before. But you hear laughter again. Familiar laughter. At least the voices. And the sense of wanting to vomit quickly fills your stomach. Climbs into your throat. Not looking. Focusing on what you have to focus on. You run to a set of iron rung ladders and you grab onto it. As you do so, your hand sparks as if an electric current flows from it. You feel the welling up of power inside you. But you don't hesitate any longer than that thought. You quickly scurry up the ladder, climbing into an office-like facility. But everything's wrong. Various furniture is sitting upright on the roof. there's a doorway that seems to twist inconceivably in on itself, with the space from the back of it seemingly leading back into the room. You can see it as almost as if it was a mirror. But the thing that does not fit the most is this tall figure of a being, human-like maybe, in a straitjacket, hanging upside down, with wings filled with eyes behind it, so the wings are set upright from your perspective. And you just see its gaping mouth laughing that same laugh you heard earlier, now louder, more discordance, more voices intermixed in, and so many teeth. Way more teeth than the human mouth should hold.
Yeah, teeth.
And then you awaken.
He awakens with a start. Brief moment where he's kind of taken over in fear. Shoots up, breathing heavily, just after a breath or two, just reverts back to his usual self.
As you set your hand upon the bed, you get a very powerful static shock.
Moves his hand away. Well, not flinching in pain because his withstand pain is pretty good, but he starts moving his fingers a bit, just reaction and curiosity. He starts to try and get that feeling from his dream when he's climbing the ladder. See if he can find whatever that energy was.
You try to do so, and you can feel it. The same kind of feeling you get when you use your psychokinesis. But it seems stilted, half done, whirling inside you. If only you could experience it again.
Doctor, how do I induce reoccurring nightmares? Normally the question is the opposite.
How much sleep did Sebastian get?
By the time you've woken up, it's been about 5 hours.
And how long till he needs to be ready?
That's up to you.
8 hours before the ritual.
Let's see, you get home about 7. Slept for 5 hours. It's 2 p.m. Sorry, it's noon.
Okay.
Can't do math. So, you have 16 hours from this point to sleep or prepare, or both.
In that moment, he's analyzing the situation, thinking through everything. More to comfort himself than to actually plan. Get his mind off of it by strategizing just how he's going to spend his time. He starts to realizes he's not really going to fall back asleep anytime soon. he also wants to stay at least awake for any updates in Saucier. So he's going to do some little experiments. He's going to mess around more with this feeling. He's getting the power. He's going to summon the... What is that thing's name? I haven't used it in a fat minute. That's in my notes. The command box. He was messing around with it before to understand how to control it. So he's going to see if maybe he can put those things together, changing it to appear more like things from the lab, as summoning it to appear like some of the targets and some other strange mechanical things he didn't fully understand, but he had to interact with often. Just seeing what he can accomplish.
It's hard, as most of them last for at most 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a solid feel for it.
True. It's something. It's better than the two other options in his head. As he's doing this too, he's starting to think back on everything he's encountered, and how much does Sebastian feel like he's achieved his short-term goal?
You do feel significantly stronger. And with powerful items at your disposal. And maybe friends.
I'd call them powerful acquaintances.
Maybe friends.
Maybe.
They're not my friends. JK, unless.
It's certainly better than what he thought of you guys back in Goldar, which was powerful tools that he can use on a problem.
Ah,
Fair.
the infamous meat shields.
Yes.
Though you do start going down the analytical path of, if they are my friends, would they help me?
He's thinking through it. Just, there's this constant feeling of, no, they won't. Of course they won't. They're not your friends. You've all talked about this, but you can't know for sure. But that fear that he has is kind of it's not being crushed. It's still there. But it's been a lot of interesting developments, and Sebastian's more analytical mind is running through, as he's already has a pretty good understanding of the three of his party members, how they think, how they act. Less on Alexei, but that's only because of the amount of time he spent with him. Finwith would be there because Finwith has a strong desire to be friends with Sebastian, so they'd do anything to help him. Anastasia, he feels, well, similar situation. He's has a friend. Also, if not, he can simply mention that Anastasia owes him after all of this Rosencratz situation. This is a pretty big ordeal, and now they have to help him. And Alexei, he can simply entice with an interesting battle or situation that this could pose for an interesting fight, and Alexei should be on board. Also, Alexei seems to have a good heart from what he's mentioned. He can just play at that soft spot. And eventually, that prevailing feeling of mistrust in every person he knows is quieted for a little bit. He understands how he can broach the situation, how he can go about it if they say no. There's still that little lingering bit of they might be using me, or they might be planning something of their own.
Cancel the ropers, Cameron.
And with that, Anastasia goes to Amadeus. And you ask him about it, and he complies, saying, yeah, I could probably manage something along those lines. Who would you have him contact?
He doesn't know Arthur that well. He doesn't know the frumpy professor they had with him. Their star's a bit too meek. Fenwith.
Now Finwith can stop being like, who are you talking to? Asking all the questions. Now they're
Finwith's the one on the phone! Somebody called Finwith! Yay!
And
No one ever calls
we'll
me.
pick up with that phone call next, or actually on Sunday.
Nice.
And these next few games are going to be a bit weird, guys.
There's gonna be some
Because
character shuffling.
there's going to be some campaign mixing here in the next couple sessions.
Oh god.
Yep.
Nice.
We will all be needed other places. Also, Finwith is gonna get the call like, hey, there's like a lot of stuff going on. He's like, I'm already ripping open a hole in space. Just steps into Rosencratz. Hello. I heard I was needed. That's not at all what the point of the message was, but okay, Finwith.
So, by this Sunday, I need y'all to prepare to use both your characters in the same session.
I will have my playlists on a hotkey.
Just speed swap between the two.
That's what I did like in that one session where we first
Just
did.
decorate your desk on one side with cold, clean logic, and the other everything that would make Doc angry.
I'll
And me. Might
I'll
as well
have
just go
my
ham.
left side of my desk completely neat, like nicely put together, and then I'll just put a gun on the right side.
There you go.
That should be fine.
Oh god. I'll practice switching between the voices before Sunday.
I'll be fine.
Yeah. They're not gonna talk to each other, but I'll be able to do it.
No worries, I already have plans to make sure you guys do not cross the streams
Perfect.
and have to converse with yourselves. Granted, I can only do so much.
We might just foil all your plans again.
Or you guys could be dicking with each other and intentionally keep trying to get your characters to get together. I
I'm not-
don't know.
So
I would never do that to Alex.
I don't have that kind of power to control that. But I do plan to make sure that you guys keep your sanity at least. Well, maybe not Sebastian, but we'll see.
Sebastian, come meet our friend Arthur, who has a vendetta against Black Sun.
no.
He's
Oh,
been in one
God.
of their facilities before. He would know more about it.
Actually, there would be shockingly little information because on one hand, it's Arthur being like, "Ooh, you've been to Black Sun. Tell me everything about it so I can go destroy it." And Sebastian's like, "You're not going to this one. I'm giving you fucking nothing. I have my own shit I need to deal with. You can't be involved. Get the fuck out of my face."
Okay.
Anywho, before we get too far down the rabbit hole, let's do some experience. So, general interpretation. It was a quieter session. Not a lot to be done, unfortunately. Just a lot of getting stuff ready for the fuckery to come, as it were. So I'll go ahead and give you guys 10 experience points.
God, I can't wait for them to fight.
Three experience points for being here.
Wait, how much was the interpretation again?
10.
10. No good ideas or plans.
Anastasia, don't take your full 3, because fuck you.
Yeah. Take
How dare
one.
you play Vitala and not a human?
Exactly.
Ignore the fact that we wouldn't be doing this super cool arc without that, but you know.
It's very fair.
It's okay, I already know Doc's pretty much saying fuck you every step of the way.
That's to every character, every NPC.
That's for
themselves
all of
included.
Jacques' life. Fuck you,
He
birds.
says- He's
Fuck
outside,
you
he's
people
just,
on the street.
fuck all of you, and then he's by himself and he looks in the mirror and thinks about the fact that he had to interact with any of them and just goes, fuck you for putting me in that situation.
Reminds me of
His
that
reflection just
Simpsons-
goes back.
Just reminds me of that Simpsons meme of like old man yells at son.
Yeah.
Anyway, so no good ideas or plans, no difficult actions, no combat award. But you guys, you get your 10. Let's keep up with the Sunday game experience points,
Fucking meatheads.
and
Wrapping up their
you
arcs.
guys get 30 experience points for finishing your part of this arc.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
And then it all goes to hell.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. No combat awards. The face award goes to Anastasia. With some poking and prodding, but you got there.
Talked to a lot of weird fucking vampires today. Had to deal with their whole business.
You dealt with a bunch of weird fuckos very well.
You hide in a little basement with decorated with fucking skulls.
And you got your revenge.
More dilapidated so they don't seem like psychopaths.
Yes, dilapidated skulls. It's a very important note to make.
I knew you guys would cling on to that the second I said it.
Of course.
It was meant to be weird and off-putting, and it worked. I'm very happy with that. Anywho, utility award goes to everyone but Anastasia for each of your individual little talents. Strategizing, producing light.
It's not like Doc has spent years studying medicine, and the only thing anyone's ever fascinated by is his horrific ability to rot things at a touch.
That's not true. Serena's impressed with his medical knowledge.
Serena's the exception for a lot of things. It's because she's sweet. And even Jacques feels bad being mean to her, at least a little bit.
And the pity award goes to Anastasia / Suzanne for having to operate the whole session yourself and also be the plan maker.
Thank you. Dude, I get enough of that at work.
Now, if only you had a Lauren team to just be there and rib you at work constantly. And then help you work it.
No. I don't
Well,
need that
then
at work.
he could slaughter your coworkers. Help you out with that. What's a couple humans, you know?
It'd leave more work for me because I gotta fill out the paperwork for it too.
That's a lot of incident reports. Yeah, never mind.
Actually, technically I can get away with that. I don't have to write those, my supervisor does.
Then you'd have to deal with like the OSHA review that would come in. Like they'd probably send somebody to be like, so what's going on with these workplace accidents? Because that's a high kill count.
We don't have an OSHA regulation to deal with vampires.
Guess we're
Instead of
making one.
Gray spot. Like, make sure your workspace has some access to sunlight in case fucking vampires stroll in.
Please keep a UV
Right.
light on your desk.
There's definitely not an OSHA example for stuff that doesn't exist in the world anywhere. Don't look too close at the military.
Yeah.
That's not OSHA.
That's fair. There's
Trust
feel
me.
like,
plans for
I feel like
dealing
The
with
military, by its nature, defies a lot of OSHA safety regulations. Like, I don't know, don't have fucking weapons in your workspace. And if you do, maybe don't have incompetent assholes who don't want to be there and who are asleep unless there's a somebody with a higher rank, like within a mile radius, in charge of them.
Yeah, there's
Also, don't buy the literal shittiest ones possible.
There's two things that don't go together. It's the military and OSHA. Anywho, player awards and or nominations. Or kudos. Whatever.
To Doc for having to put up with having to rot so many disgusting things.
Doc gets the Rot Scion Award.
No.
Not like this.
This is not a title he wants. Just runs into some other random member. Oh, that's right, you're the Rot Scion. That is not my name. That is not the title I went to school for years for. Nor is it the title I have for my place in a house. Please use one of the other ones.
The Rot Scion is such a cool title.
Sorry, you have insufferable. I'm going to call you Rot Scion now that I know it annoys you. Rot Scion is a cool title. It is a step up from Fiend Slayer in the Friday game.
One for Anastasia, just because, God, you just get bodied and looked down upon by like every Vitella you interact with.
How do I say this to a stupid vampire?
That's magic uses in general.
Yep.
I mean, they live in a very different world, to be fair.
True.
You just deserve to be oppressed, says the
But
church loudly.
Anastasia for, again, having to deal with everything. Taking her award.
And you finally found out your younger brother is gifted.
Mm-hmm. Now to see if he actually accepts. Pity award for Serena trying to make conversation with a Vitella who is so focused on her work.
Yeah, the sitting alone in a pitch black room in deathly silence trying to make small talk and then being like, ew, cringe, can you not talk to me? Have you tried not fucking speaking? Just stop. While also, when Jacques was around, trying to again like mitigate the damage by being like, "It's fine. He's not that bad," and it's like everyone's like, "No, he's that bad."
Serena for being a ray of sunlight in a dark, dark, dark world.
Do they have dry cleaners in Rosencratz?
I'm sure they do.
We're gonna have to do that before any fighting. That's a very important part of the plan.
Don't worry, Ishtar can just do it with their nobility magic.
Ishtar's not here yet.
Yeah.
She's not.
Yeah.
What's actually going to be funny is she's going to do that. She's going to forget she has concentration on Lexi and just drop it while he's probably in the middle of
He's
the
just
crowd.
nude. He's like in the middle of fighting like Inquisition or something. Or like broing around meeting vampires and it's just like, don't worry about it. On the
Drafty.
upside, Finwith and Alexi both lack a whole lot of shame most people would have. It's like, man, you guys have never been like, hot spring before? Like, you just don't live in close enough quarters with people? And it's like, no, I don't regularly get semi or fully nude in front of random people.
Must be a southerner thing.
Imagine being ashamed of your body. Weird. Just meat on bones.
God.
Everybody's got that.
Ishtar cringes in the background.
No, she just hides in the closet.
Oh, if you have multiple things to work through, don't worry. Finwith's also chill about that. Accept who you are.
Any other nominations and or kudos?
Kudos to Sebastian for that horrifying nightmare. God.
And having to be silent the whole time.
Shit happens.
We lured you in, saying that it was going to be all you this session.
It was me for like 30 minutes.
You were waiting. I
I was
never
waiting
came.
waiting for it. Don't be real. When you were like, oh yeah, you think you're turning in for a good night. I was like, Donovan's standing there, isn't he? Donovan's right
I'm
outside
getting
the window.
assassinated.
He's fucking staring there.
Yeah, I imagine you like open the door and he's like sitting in the chair like a dad waiting for a teen to sneak back
He's
in.
holding the fucking lob ringer on his lap.
Yep. We need to talk.
The image I got was when you flew up for the curtains. It was just like Donovan like sitting there against the glass.
He's like actively climbing in.
Oh, that'd be so
Worse yet,
Okay.
he says the one thing you don't want to hear. I have more questions for you.
No! I can only answer them if they're not directed at me. That'd be so fucking funny.
Goodness, the GM. I love how now every time we hear you think you've had a good night, we all instantly imagine Donovan just there somehow.
I hope Donovan is like a little like has this little kernel of pride and warmth in his soul for a moment, just because of all the fear that he incites. He would be delighted to know, I think.
He would be.
I also appreciated the yes and moment where it's just like, oh my god, you got your heart ripped out of your chest. Are you okay? It's like, I'm fine. Continue on.
Killed me.
That was great.
Every time Doc learns something new about literally anybody, it just hurts. It's never pleasant.
Actually, no, I loved that reaction for Doc and hearing the whole heart rip out. Like no, it's just a hand in scalding water and just rip it out.
Have you heard of a scalpel? Hell, a dagger would do.
The facial reactions you had, Bill.
Yeah, that was the best
Makes
facial
funny.
reaction.
It's great. It's just like, and they call us the barbarians.
Yes, continue on with your gruesome underground cellar ritual where you rip out the hearts of your close family members.
The pain is what makes it special.
Hey, he didn't get to the part where he told you they technically kept them preserved in jars.
I don't know if the mantelpiece thing has been mentioned to Doc.
No, it hasn't.
I know Fenwith knows you guys keep them.
Does Fenwith get the heart since you're not using it anymore?
Yeah, if you don't want your heart, can I have it?
He's got to bargain with Lauren for it. You can fight it out.
Puppy eyes. Was I don't need the heart. I can have something else. Have you guys like shed a fang? Do you guys lose baby teeth? Do you keep your baby teeth? That'll work.
Well, then you have to make a deal with Anastasia's mom, and that might be an even scarier
Oh
thing.
no. Hey, at least he has the utmost respect for moms because they're all scary. I'm a bear, you're a mama bear. We don't need to fight. We can be friends.
We'll just settle it out with a good old-fashioned family brawl. Everyone against Fenwith in the family.
Do you know how delighted Fenwith would be if everybody just jumped and he's just like in bear form just being attacked by like 7 people? It's like those like videos of like adults who are being attacked by a bunch of like toddlers, like little kids. And they're just like, oh no, dramatically collapses. Except Fenwith would actually be collapsing because he could not take the action economy of a bunch of fucking vampires. But he would have a great time until he couldn't. Love is stored in the fond familial brawls.
But with that, we're going to end the session. If you're watching, thank you so much for doing so. Please leave a follow. I apologize for anyone who's been waiting for the long break we just had. Unfortunate scheduling has finally finished, and we'll hopefully be getting back to it on our regular schedules. Also, I will be starting some new games, Pathfinder 2nd edition, soon. I'll get back to you guys more when I have more information on that. The videos have been currently delayed. I've currently been suffering from some serious digital eye strain. And if you watch me during this stream and my eyes are closed, it's because they're really bugging me and I just have to rest for like a little bit. So even doing this where I'm not really reading anything, it's been kind of rough. Not gonna lie. New glasses are coming next month. I wish it was sooner, but you know, it is what it is. Anyway.
Really happy to help.
Yep. That's just what it is. And I'm not going to sit here and edit till my eyes bleed because then I just won't be seeing anything after that. So I'll keep my vision as shitty as it is. I like to keep what I got. Anywho, that's going to be it for us. Thank you all so much, and thank you to my players for being here. Go ahead and say goodnight, all.
Nighty night.